कट जाए ना बना
Good morning, guys. It's Naveen joining the call. Can you guys hear me? Could you please type in the chat window? Okay, great. Thank you, guys. Just give me one moment and I'm going to share my screen. It's version 1. Okay. Okay, so sharing my screen. I think should be this one. Azure policy. Availability zones. Okay. Sharing the screen. And let's get started, guys. Okay, hopefully you're able to see the screen. And let's see, I guess there were a few of them whom I did not get a chance to do the assessment. We'll start with that. Let's see who that is. So, Ravi, are you there, buddy? Ravi Adapa? Can you unmute yourself if you're there, Ravi? Okay, I remember seeing him yesterday, so I'm just checking. I think he's not well or something. Okay, that's okay. Let's move to the next one. It's going to be Varsha Singh Shabazz. Rahul M, are you there? Can you unmute yourself, Rahul?
Hello.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rahul. How are you today?
Yeah, good.
Okay. So let's see. Hopefully, you got a chance to do a little bit of review and things like that. I'm going to share my screen and ask a few questions. Let's see if you're able to answer them. Bring this up. And sharing the screen. Should be able to see the PowerPoint slide. Okay. So availability zones in an Azure region are connected through low latency links. Yes or no? True or false? Rahul.
Availability zones in Azure region. I guess it's true, Navin.
So can you speak a little bit louder, buddy? I couldn't hear you. Show up yourself. Come online, please. Can you open your video also? Great. Okay, Rahul. Rahul? I can't hear you, Rahul. Not able to hear you. How about others, guys? Can you hear Rahul? I'm not able to hear him. I just heard you for a moment and then it's lost. Reconnect. Okay, let me see if there is anybody else in the meantime. And Suresh, Chadu, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Can you come online, buddy? Suresh?
Sir, Suresh will log in within 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Because he's in outside, I thought.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Niharika. How about, let's say, Sai Srirupa, are you there? Say, Sai Srirupa, are you there? No, she's not there. Let's say about Venkatesh, Venkateshwar. Venkatesh, yeah, looks like you're there. Venkateshwara, can you unmute yourself? Come online.
Navin.
Yeah, can you show up your video also? Pardon me.
Yes, Navin.
Okay, great. I hope you're able to see my slide. So let's
Yes,
say, what do you think is the answer here, buddy?
True, Navin.
Sorry?
True.
True. Okay, good. And let's say this is okay. How do you define an availability zone or a region?
4 nines, Navin.
Pardon me?
4 nines.
4 lines?
Nines.
Four lines. What is that? What are you saying?
Nines, Navin.
No. What is an availability zone or a region, buddy? Oh, holy cow, 99.99. Okay, you should say like that, man. You're confused. Okay, do give a hint when you say abbreviations like that, 4 nines and things like that. Okay. Okay, so let me see, come here. Let me make note of this. Okay, this one is, what is this one? This one is through low latency. Okay. What is meaning of low latency?
High efficiency.
High efficiency. Okay. Let's see. Which are the advantages of Azure regions? Availability, latency, global footprint, all of the above.
All of the above.
All of the above. Okay. Advantages, regions. Okay. Let's say, what is meaning of availability? Venkatesh?
Naveen,
What is meaning of availability?
four nines, 6 and 7.
4 nines again. Okay. What is meaning of global footprint?
You can access through global anywhere.
Oh, okay. Okay. And let's see. Okay. Take a shot. You want your virtual machines to survive a data center failure. Which one of these options? What is this one? Which one of the options will meet the requirements?
Use availability sets. First one.
Use availability sets. Okay. So this is data center failure. All right. Let me go here. Data center. So low latency regions footprint. Thank you, Venkateshwar. You can
Okay.
yourself. Harshita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Come online, please. And what do you think is the answer here? You want your virtual machines to survive a data center failure. Which one of these options will meet the requirement?
Use availability set, sir.
Okay. And let's see, go here. Okay. In Azure, you're provisioning 2 virtual machines named VM1 and 2 with the same type and the size of the machines B1S. You stopped this machine, you won't be charged for this machine anymore. True or false?
False, sir.
You won't be, why won't you be charged?
Sir, I didn't get you.
No. Why are you saying false?
It's because it will be charged even if we stop the machine.
If you stop the machine, what are we charging you for?
Disk for the disk, sir.
Good. Okay. And let's see, come back here. You won't be charged. So you won't be sure. So the answer is false. Okay. Next, an Azure VM running Windows Server 2016 has been manually shut down. You want to find who initiated the shutdown. Which of these services can help in identifying who stopped the server?
Azure Security Center, sir.
Security Center. Okay. So next one is, let's say, okay. I think that should be the activity log, but anyway, which one of these configurations provide 99.99% availability for your VM based deployment?
Multiple VMs in one availability zone.
And why is that?
Because it is available in only one zone.
Okay. How do you define a zone?
Uh,
Okay, how do you define a region? Cool. Okay, that's okay. Thank you, Harshit. Sai Srirupa is here. And Sai Srirupa is not there. Okay. Next, let's say Ravi. I guess Ravi, are you there? Can you come online, buddy? Ravi Suresh is back. Okay. Let's see. Give a moment for Ravi. Are you able to come online, Ravi? Okay. How about Suresh? Chadu? Can you come online, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Very good. Can you show up your video also?
Okay. Let me show my video.
The last name is Chadu. Huh?
Yes, Naveen.
Chadu,
Sorry.
like Chadu? Telugu?
Chadu.
Antena?
And this, yes, Naveen.
Okay. It's a nice one. Okay. Let's see. How do you define a zone?
Naveen, sorry, I have been not attending classes since Thursday.
Oh.
I'm suffering from COVID. I have informed Savitri and Niharika.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I have mild symptoms of COVID.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Then why don't you get some rest?
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
Okay.
Like I can attend the sessions.
Okay, just attend it. I will pass on this time. Maybe after a few days we'll reassess you again. Okay.
Yes, Naveen. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. I don't want to stress you out.
Yes, Naveen.
Good. Let's see. I think that is it. And let me stop this one for one moment. And you can turn off your video and things like that, buddy.
Yes, Naveen. Thank you.
Yeah. So format the cell. Oops, cancel this. Say insert this. Say no fill. Let's say Praharsha. That's about oops. Say format cell. It's going to be a number. Okay. So here's Praharsha. Oops. Is that? Let's try 6. Next Sindhu. And next Vinay. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. Raja. 1, 2, 3. Next, let's say Shavas. Cool. Saicharan. Say Gangaram. Harsha. Durga. This is Subbu. Next we have Chandra. Satish. 2, 3. Jyotsna. Navya. Just give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm just sending a report here. Sorry about that. So you have 6. Oh, Priyusha. And who's this Divya? Lavanya. Next we have Shravya. Amulya. Revati Pravalika. Shri. Pratyusha. Lokesh. Oops. 4/ Niharika. Rahul. Okay, last one. Anuj. And let's see Venkateshwara. Okay. Okay, guys. Should be all set. I'm gonna save this one. Come back here. Save. Hide this one. Delete this. Oops. Ravi Arapa. Bhuvaneshwari and Harshita, where are they? Still have them. So this is Bhuvaneshwari. Harshita. Okay. So hide this one. This one. Back to here. To here. Share it with the client. For your friends, share the Viva. You have completed the last week. Okay, here we go. Okay. Post attendee and sharing the screen again. Share the screen. Ravi, okay. Ravi's throat is not well. Okay, just audit the class if it is possible, if it is not too stressful and things like that. And let's share back the screen. Okay, so let's say today, Lavanya, are you available? Can you come online? We'll discuss a few questions and things like that.
Yes, Naveen.
Great. So let's see. So here, everybody can go ahead and answer the questions, guys. And let's see what we have. So which of these configurations provide 99.9% availability for your VM-based deployment? What do you think, Lavanya?
Third one, Naveen. Multiple VMs into our more availability zones.
Why?
Because it's related to zones which are in single region. If one data center fails, then it comes to another. 5 nines means different regions.
Very good. Okay, good answer there. And it's right now. Okay, installing an SQL Server database manually in Windows virtual machine is classified as what kind of service?
Platform as service.
Platform as service. Why?
Because platform as service means configuring the databases, coding.
But in platform as service, they give you the software installed. They don't allow you to install.
Yeah. Yes.
Here they're saying you're installing.
Okay. Is it infrastructure?
Why do you think so?
In infra, we have to install a basis, I think, database.
Okay, good answer. So more precisely, we are renting the virtual machine. When we rent the virtual machine, we can install any kind of software. So we install custom software there. Here, they are saying we're installing a software, which means we have rented the infrastructure, so it should be infrastructure as a service. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is a hybrid solution?
Hybrid, will it provide two features?
What is it?
Hybrid means, I think two services will be available.
Two services. So in other words, more precisely, we're using the public and the private cloud in combination. That's where the hybrid comes into the picture. Okay.
Okay.
Can you think of an example of software as service?
Software, nothing but it's like Gmail. The applications are already installed and all are
Yes.
configured. We just have to use that.
Good answer. So go ahead and read the question.
If you are using a software as service, services like Office 365, which of these is your responsibility? It's like configuring SaaS.
Why?
Because the rules are already defined and the hardware is already maintained and the software is already installed.
Very good. So the Office or the Gmail is already installed in some server. We are using it. The software is already installed on some server. So the hardware is taken care. And we are not writing the code. So in the code, they are specifying the rules already. All we are doing is configuring. Configuring could be where you're registering username, password. You're saying, I want to look at 50 mails, 10 mails at one time and things like that. Okay. Next one. Read, please.
You want to build a serviceless workflow with
What
a
is it? You want to build a
serverless workflow with a GUI involving reading feed from Twitter to your organization Twitter handle and store the message them using Azure table storage. Which of these services would you recommend? Logic apps. Because logic apps are serverless.
what about
Because
functions?
Functions, those are related to server, I think. In logic app, server is there, but for few time, specific time.
What is workflow mean?
Workflow. Maybe the code running time.
The code. Okay. What is feed from Twitter? Reading feed from Twitter means?
Is it like Starbucks? You have given example yesterday.
Okay, explain.
The business will run at morning times and not in night time.
Okay. So workflow means a group of steps together is referred as a workflow. Reading feed from Twitter means in Twitter, people are tweeting. They're sending a lot of tweets and things like that, right? So generally what businesses are doing is every hour, every minute, they're tracking what are the tweets which are coming in. That is nothing but textual data or unstructured data, and they're storing it and analyzing it. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is Azure table storage means?
Structured data? Is it storing as a table, the data which it...
Good answer. So in other words, they're storing it as a in the database of Azure. What are the different kinds of databases in Azure?
Databases. Is it structure, unstructured?
So we have SQL Server, we have MySQL, we have Postgres, and we also have a Cosmos DB.
Yeah.
What is the difference? What is special about Cosmos DB?
I think it's used for unstructured.
Good answer. No SQL database. Okay.
Okay.
Do you know what is no SQL stand for?
No SQL. The data which is not structured.
Not only SQL. Okay.
Okay.
Azure function is also serverless, but you run one function at one time. Azure Logic Apps is a group of steps. Each step can be one function or more functions. So that's why it is Azure Logic Apps. A serverless workflow means workflow is a group of steps. That's where Azure Logic Apps comes into picture, because it's a group of steps or a group of tasks. Okay.
Okay, Naveen.
What do you think is Azure Kubernetes service?
I think it's independent platform, something.
Okay, so in other words, it is an orchestration tool for creating containers. A group of containers can be created. Okay, Lavanya?
Okay, Naveen.
Now, there is a difference between a container and a virtual machine. Do you remember what it is?
Is contain group of virtual machines.
No. Virtual machine is like Venkateshwar. He has a Starbucks coffee. He has rented it out completely. He has rented the store completely. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say Venkatesh has Starbucks, Lokesh has McDonald's. They've taken a floor. Both of them have taken half of the is taken by Venkatesh and half of it is taken by Lokesh, and they're running their businesses. So each store is your virtual machine. Okay. But let's say Niharika and Amulya, in another floor, they have also rented for maybe, let's say, an Indian restaurant and let's say maybe a Burger King. Are you with me, Lavanya? So let me
Yes,
stop
Naveen.
the sharing. 1 moment, I'll explain it to you. Share it. Say share this one. Back here. Okay. So in other words, this is our complete building. Here's the first floor, or let's say here's the top floor. And this has been rented by, let's say, two people, Venkateshwar, maybe that is Starbucks coffee, and maybe this is McDonald's. Okay, so what do they have? Well, they have, let's choose this one. Here is the kitchen of Starbucks where they're making the coffee. And here is the kitchen. Let's choose this one. Here is the kitchen of McDonald's. They have separate kitchens. And what is this one? This is one physical machine. We have two virtual machines. And both the virtual machines and within the physical machine, it has its own operating system. So we have one operating system here, second operating system here, third operating system here. So the virtual machines are coming up with their own virtual machines. Okay, but another scenario, let us say, start with a physical machine. Oops. Here's a physical machine. And now it has its own operating system. And now comes the containers. Containers is, let's say, start with this one. Here is now a Starbucks and choose this one. This is maybe a McDonald's. Now, if you notice what is happening is, if you see, they have their own kitchens, a virtual machine. Two virtual machines have their own operating systems. These are like their own kitchens. Whereas here in the containers, they don't have a kitchen. They're using the operating system of the physical machine. Oops, So I come here, this here. Whereas here, they are using their own operating system and they are sitting on top of another operating system. What is this? These are containers. Containers are more lightweight than a virtual machine. Catching it, Lavanya? They
Yes,
can work
Naveen.
with the host operating system we don't need. And the operating system is heavy. It's a heavy stuff. And as a result of that, it will take a lot of computing power. So if you're using containers, it is much more less. What is Kubernetes? Kubernetes is used for creating tens and tens of such containers at one time. That's a slightly deep one, but okay, Lavanya?
Okay, Naveen.
Okay. Customer is responsible for availability when using a platform as service like Azure SQL database. True or false?
Availability false.
Read out the question, please.
Customer is responsible for availability when using platform as service like Azure SQL database. In platform, the customer is only responsible for configuring, right? So the availability is false.
Okay. Looks like that's the right answer. So in platform as service, we use the database. Let's say we're using SQL Server database. Behind the scenes, the cloud. Hey, who's this? Who's on this one? Oh, it's you. Okay, sorry about that. You can mute yourself when you're not talking, Lavanya. Okay. So when so in other words, let's say come back here. So back to our physical machine. And infrastructure as service is where this is our virtual machine. And now we are using, let us say, our software, which is SQL Server. Behind the scenes, what the cloud provider is doing is, he's giving us, he's taking care of the availability, just in case the server goes down. Okay, and here also the SQL Server is available. So at the time when we need an SQL Server, what do? We are saying, we come to the cloud and say we need SQL Server. Behind the scenes, it is the infrastructure. The cloud provider is taking care of the availability. They're creating the skill sets and things like that. So is customer responsible? No, I think that should be a false. Okay, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Niharika, I think you answered it as yes, but are you getting it, Niharika?
Sir, I said for before confirmation.
Oh, achha. Okay. Responsible. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, Niharika. Lavanya, read the next one.
Customer is responsible for scalability when using platform as service like Cosmos database. I think it's false.
And why do you think so?
Scalability is nothing but the time duration, right?
It is what?
A time at
So scalability means the number of servers. How many? Suddenly, if the number of servers increase, if we have more traffic and things like that coming, then what is happening is we are not taking care of it. Cosmos DB is more of a NoSQL database. We're just using the software again. And we write our own scripts and things like that, but we don't configure the availability or the scalability. So the answer should be false. Okay.
okay, Naveen.
Okay.
So the answer is false, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Which of these services offers an in-memory database? Is it catchy for Redis?
Good. What is Azure SQL?
It's database.
What kind of database?
Structured,
It is relational database.
relational. Okay.
What does Azure Table Storage mean?
It's also relational.
So Azure Table means you have Azure SQL database, you have Azure Cosmos database, both relational and NoSQL database also. That is part of the table storage. Azure cache for Redis is really the in-memory database. What is special about the in-memory database, Lavanya?
High speed,
Why? Why do we get high speed, high performance?
because it is in memory, right? And there is no need for
Events.
it takes time to get from hard disk, something like that.
The in-memory means it's inside in the RAM. So as a result of that, it is getting. What do you think is Azure Synapse Analytics?
I don't know, Naveen.
Okay. It is your Hive. It is the competitor of Hive, like Hive. It is an enterprise data warehouse.
Enterprise.
Do you know what is an enterprise data warehouse?
Are these used for analysis?
Yeah, they're used for analytics, and it is like a group of data warehouses. But what is a data warehouse?
Which is used for managing.
It is like a group of databases. Data from a group of databases is brought into the put into one database that is referred as a data warehouse, and we analyze the data. We try to generate the reports, and a group of data from a group of data warehouses is put into a super data warehouse called enterprise data warehouse. That is acting like a group of data warehouses. That is what is Azure Synapse Analytics. Okay, or Azure Synapse Analytics is an enterprise data warehouse of Azure. Okay.
Okay, Naveen.
Okay, read and answer.
You have an Azure PostgreSQL database instance created in a resource group RG1. RG1 has delete lock enabled. There is no direct lock on the Azure PostgreSQL database instance. Which of these would represent the minimum set of actions to delete the PostgreSQL database instance, assuming you have all the permissions needed?
This is a tough question.
Is it delete resource group?
Okay, we haven't talked much about the lock, so if I think we'll be talking about it today. This is, we need to remove the delete lock in resource group first and then delete the Postgres DB. That would be the right answer here. Okay, but we'll come back to this one. Let's see, read the next one.
You do not want to allow creation of an Azure Cosmos DB instance in specific resource groups. Which of these options would you recommend? Is it first one?
It is configuring a policy. So policy is something like it's nothing but a rule or a group of rules is what it is. Again, we'll talk about it today. It is so we do not want others to create a Cosmos DB. So we configure a policy for that. Okay. How do you define a resource group?
Is it a group of rules security?
Group of
Rules.
a resource group
Set of rules.
is a group of resources. Network security groups is a group of rules. Okay.
Okay.
Next one.
You are connected about encryption and security of. You are concerned about encryption and security of documents and emails created by your team. You want a flexible service to protect and encrypt document and emails. Which of these services would you recommend? Security. Azure Information Protection.
Tell me which one is the answer. Which one is
Azure Information Protection.
What do you say?
Information, I think it's related to documents and emails.
Okay.
Or
more precisely, we have briefly discussed information protection is about encrypting and securing the documents and the emails. So it is information protection. What do you think is Azure storage account?
EAD?
Pardon me?
Account. Is it Active Directory related?
No. Azure storage account is your hard disk, your databases, relational databases, your file shares. Okay? We'll talk. Okay. Next one, please.
Which of these is an Azure environment specifically built to meet compliance and security requirements for US government? Azure government.
And what do you say?
Azure built these security based on US government, right?
Good answer. So more precisely, Azure government is a separate environment. Azure China is a separate environment. Azure Germany is also a separate environment. And Azure Global is something which is applicable to all. So this is something we need to manually keep in mind, that Azure government is a separate environment for the US related government, and we'll see that today, guys. Okay, next one.
You are running your web applications on Azure Web Apps. You are using Azure Cosmos DB for storing data. Which type of cloud are you making use of?
Pardon me. Tough one, huh? Should be straightforward.
Own data center?
Own data center. So they're saying we are running web applications on Azure. If you're running on Azure, it's own data center.
Azure is public.
So final answer.
Final answer. Public.
Why public?
Azure is public.
Azure is cloud.
Yeah.
Not public. Azure can be public, private, or hybrid. Now, among these three, why are you saying it's public? Because generally, when we take a database and we're building a web app, that is a public. And what is the difference between public and private cloud, Lavanya?
Public, anyone can access, but private, within building, employees can access.
Good answer. So private means the complete server is given to you. A complete server, the server is on the cloud. The server or the resources are on the cloud and they're only used by you. Whereas public means the servers, the VMs could be also be shared with others. What is hybrid?
It's both public and private.
It's a combination of both of them, a little bit of public and a little bit of private. And what does own data center mean?
It's
Some nice birds sounds coming there. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Own data center means your own company, your own setting up your room, you're setting your servers and things like that. That's also called as on-premises. Okay.
okay, Naveen.
What is the right answer?
Your web applications own data center.
It is in data center. So again, one more time, we are running web applications on Azure means it is cloud. If it is cloud means it is not own data center, it is not your company. And what is it? It is public cloud. Okay. Nowhere are we saying this is only for Azure. Nowhere are we saying we are using on-premise or company. So it is not hybrid. It's not a combination. The only thing remaining is public. If you are saying it's only used by you, then it becomes private. If you're saying it is used in your data center, in your on-premise and the cloud, then it becomes a hybrid. Whereas here you're saying on Azure, which means it is on the cloud. If it is on the cloud, then it is not your data center. So the only thing remaining is public. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Say come here. Okay, please go ahead.
You want to preserve documents in Azure blob storage for a period of 7 years to meet regulatory requirements. However, these documents are very rarely accessed. Which of these storage types would you recommend? It's achieved, C, because it's rarely accessed.
Good. Archive. Okay.
Okay.
What does hot mean?
Frequently.
Good. Cold?
Frequently used. Infrequently used.
Less frequently. Infrequently means archive.
Okay.
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 Okay. That should be straightforward. Next one, please.
You have several virtual machines running on premises with Windows 10. You are planning to map a shared network drive for sharing configuration between all these virtual machines. Which of these Azure services would you recommend? Blah, blah. Is it B?
Blob. Why?
Blob. Blob stores are unstructured data. Is it share?
What are they asking us here? What is requirement?
Configuring shared network drives.
What is a shared network drive?
Which is shared to all the people who have access.
Okay. So what is that one? What is a network drive? What do you think is network drive?
Network
it is shared,
drive.
okay. Continue.
Yeah, it has files.
For files, what do you do?
File tables.
For files.
Unstructured data. Is it resume is example of unstructured data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, blob is nothing but unstructured.
Okay. Good thinking. But more precisely, the answer is going to be Azure Files. Azure Files is specifically for network drives. Okay. We can also use disk. We can also use blob containers, but more precisely, it is Azure Files. Virtual machine data disk. Disk is purely the complete disk, which is okay. You can also say that as a network drive, but more precisely, files are specifically meant for network drives, sharing the files and things like that. Your disks are not specifically meant for sharing. A part of a disk may be generally shared. Azure blob containers, again, you can use them. You generally don't use them as a network drive. Use them for storing unstructured data. For videos, images, and things like that, you store them individually in the, you can store them on the blob containers. You can also store them on the Azure files. But if your objective is to share, then files. When you put it on an Azure blob container, you don't directly share it. you provide an application to share it. You come up with Hive, you come up with Pig, the applications will be sharing them. Whereas files, a network drive is where you are directly sharing the file. Catching it, guys? Lavanya?
Okay, Naveen.
Lokesh, are you catching it, buddy? Okay. Next one, Lavanya.
You are running a web application on an Azure VM. You want to ensure that the application is accessible from internet by opening up access to ports 80 and 443 on the VM. Which of these would you need to configure? Ports. Is it subnet?
What is a subnet?
A subnet is nothing but the group of VMs.
A group of VMs. Okay, subnet is subnetwork. It's a part of network. Okay, what do you think is VPN?
VPN is nothing but virtual private network.
Okay, what does it do?
It takes a system to another network which is in another region.
Good answer, almost close. It connects your on-premise network to the cloud, okay?
Yeah.
But it is on the internet, it is public. The network is on the traffic goes on the public internet. Via the internet is what it connects. So what is NSG?
Network security groups. And rules, right?
So you're configuring the ports 80 and 443. What does that mean? That is nothing but you're adding the rules. Network security groups is nothing but adding rules. Who can access inbound port, outbound port, and things like that. Okay, Lavanya?
Okay, Naveen.
So that allows, that is nothing but network security groups. Okay, so let's do this one. It's about 12. Let's take a 8-minute break here. Regroup by 12:10. Everybody okay with that?
Sir, it is NSG.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you back? Can you give me a quick yes? Lavanya, are you back?
Yes, Naveen.
Great. Go ahead, read the question and tell me what is the answer.
All virtual machines in a virtual network can communicate with other machines inside the same virtual network, irrespective of the subnets they are in. Is it true? Maybe. Sorry. Irrespective of subnets they are in.
Guys, others can give hints and answers to Niharika. What you think? Lokesh, also type in why you're thinking false if you can.
Since they are in same virtual network, the virtual machines can communicate. Is it? I think it's true.
Good. Answer is true. But why do you think it should be true, Lavanya?
In the same virtual network, Naveen. They are in same net
They are
inside the same virtual network.
So within the same network, they can use the private IP address to communicate with each other. That's why they will be able to communicate, okay? But what is public IP?
Can access irrespective of the network.
If you want to access any of the resources via the internet, then we use the public IP, okay? Private is within the network.
Yes.
Continue.
I think Google is an example of it.
Google is an example of?
Public.
True. Any website is, anything on the internet is public IP. We are connecting via the public IP.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have created a virtual network with the two subnets, web subnet for deploying your VMs, DB subnet for deploying your databases. By default, all VMs in subnet, web subnet can access databases created in DB subnet.
Niharika, also see if you're able to explain why you're saying false. I'll give you a hint. It is similar to the previous question, Lavanya.
It's true, Naveen.
Yeah, it is
Because
true.
they have created a virtual network with two subnets. They are in same.
Good. They're in the same network. So in the same network, by default, they're enabled. Generally, the architecture is a web server and the database, the web server communicates with the database server. So all the web servers, so we are saying a web server can communicate with the database server. So it should be true. So short and sweet, again, they will use the private IP within the same network. Because they're in the same network, they can communicate with each other. That is something we need to manually keep in mind. Okay, Lavanya. Next one,
Yes,
please.
Naveen. Which of these are large scale attacks to bring your applications down? I think I don't have more knowledge about this. I think
Okay.
DDoS attacks.
Okay. So do you know what DOS stands for?
Distributed denial of service.
Good. Okay. Distributed denial of service, as simple as that. So that's what the hackers, they try to send a lot of requests and things like that. And that kind of request can be handled at different network layers. That's another thing. But here the answer is DDoS. Do you have any idea what is SQL injection attack?
No, Naveen.
So basically what these hackers and some people who are trying to get into your computers, or they're trying to access the servers, they can do is, imagine you're logging into Gmail. In your username and password, they'll put a long username. Within that long username, they'll put a small SQL command, select star from users. So what will happen is, so what are they doing? That is called SQL injection. If a website is asking for name, first name, and things like that, you can put in your name and inject SQL into it. And when the server returns, what they can do is, using their tools, they can access the data. That is called SQL injection.
So using SQL commands,
Yes.
is it called SQL attacks? Okay.
Yes. So they're injecting these SQL commands in the fields of these people, and using the network tools, when you get back the response, they're able to investigate your data, look at your data, and that's how that is called as SQL injection. But more precisely, denial of service, that is what brings the application down. SQL injection does not bring the application down, it just returns your data, which might be sensitive, confidential, and we need to make our applications in such way that the SQL injection is handled. And of course, all the applications are today, it is possible to take care of the SQL injection. Okay, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Continue.
We are using a private data center to host infrastructure, web applications, and databases for something.com.
ins.com.
Naveen?
ins.com.
ins.com. We would want to expand further by using infrastructure provided by Azure. Which model are we expanding to? It's combination of private and infrastructure.
Why do you say that?
Is it hybrid?
Why do you say that?
Here we are using private data center to host infrastructure. Data and something.com, that is public cloud, right?
Okay. Choose something and tell me finally one answer and see if you can give me explanation.
I think it's hybrid cloud.
Why?
Here we have private data center and we want to expand further by using infrastructure provided by Azure. Is it combination of private and public?
True. The answer is hybrid. But what is the difference between public and private?
Public can access within building, private can access within building, public can access anywhere, anyone.
So in other words, in private, the entire resources is only private for you. The resources are on the cloud. The entire floor is only for your company. Whereas public is a place where a floor is shared by many, which means the resources are shared. The physical machine, the servers are shared by multiple businesses, multiple companies, and things like that. Okay. So yes, that's a hybrid cloud here. Next one.
Which of the following is a characteristic of public cloud? All of the above.
Why?
Easy geo distribution means global, pay per user, use elasticity adjustment. All comes under cloud. I think these characteristics.
What does pay per use mean?
Subscription, premium.
Explain in detail.
Pay per use means getting more features by subscription.
Pay-per-use means whatever you're using, you're paying. If you use
Oh.
electricity for 1 hour, you will only pay for 1 hour. You will not pay for 1 day, right?
Okay, yeah.
What is elasticity?
Elasticity means adjustment.
What kind of adjustment?
Size.
So tomorrow, let's say, we're expecting a lot of requests because there's a festival. So what we need to do is we need to scale out. Scale out means you want to add a lot of servers. And day after tomorrow again, the number of servers the traffic will reduce. So automatically the number of servers will reduce. What is that? That is called elasticity. Automatically the servers are getting added and they are getting also reduced automatically. That is being provided by the cloud. So that is what these are all the main advantages of the cloud. Okay. Lavanya,
Yes, Naveen.
continue.
Permissions rules assigned to user at the resource group level are applied inherited by all resources in the group. Yes, true.
And why? Explain.
The permissions are assigned to the user who are in that resource group.
How do you define a resource group?
Group of resources,
Good.
VMs.
So whatever is applied, whatever are assigned to a user at the resource group level, they're all automatically inherited because they're all in the same group. As simple as that. Okay.
Yes, Naveen.
Continue.
Which of these provides centralized management for access, policy, and compliance across multiple subscriptions? Access management groups.
Why?
Managing the access policies, compliances, right?
Good. I think we may have briefly touched and discussed about it. It's management. Managing multiple subscriptions and things like that. Resources is within a subscription, a group of resources is a resource group, whereas management is at a high level. A group of subscriptions can be put together under a management group. Oops. Are you there, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, sorry, there's some power cut going on here. Okay, continue.
You have created a resource group in region West Europe. Can you provision a resource, say a VM in a different region and attach it with the resource group? False. No, because we created it in West Europe, but the VM is in different region.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Resources can be in multiple resource groups, but they can be shared with each other. Okay, multiple regions, but they can be shared with each other. That's something we need to manually keep in mind. Okay, so in other words, let's say, for the sake of simplicity, there are two buildings, Starbucks, coffee shop 1 and coffee shop 2 in two buildings. Now, let's say in building 1, coffee shop 1, lot of traffic, lot of customers are coming in. They're unable to make the coffee quickly. So now imagine coffee shop 2 has a coffee machine. They're going to borrow it from coffee shop 2, which means they're in different buildings, different regions, and they're sharing the resources. Catching it, Lavanya. So the answer is yes. Continue.
Azure subscriptions can have more than one administrators. True. A subscription can have more than one administrators.
Okay, so that's something we need to manually remember. A subscription can have more than one administrator. That's a true statement. Cool. Continue.
You have created an Azure SQL database instance using free tier subscription. You have now upgraded to pay-as-you-go subscription. To use the database, you need to move the database to the new subscription.
What do you think, Lavanya? Can you explain the question?
First of all, I have created free subscription for SQL database. And now after that, I updated it to pay-as-you-go subscription. To use the database, you need to move the database to the new subscription. We can use in both free and upgradation, but the features are more. I think, is it false statement?
And why?
I think there is no need to move the database to the new subscription. The database is there, but the access range is high.
Good answer, good thinking. So in other words, we don't need to move it. If you change your subscription, your database is automatically available to you. The same database is available to you because whatever they're giving us in the free trial with more features and more capabilities, they also give us in the other subscriptions, in premium subscription and things like that. So answer is a false. You don't move. Moving is again, you have to take a backup, you have to restore, make sure many things are there. All those things are being reduced for us. Catching it, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Continue.
Dash is a cloud native security information, event management, and security orchestration automated response solution which delivers intelligent security analytics and threat intelligence across the enterprise.
Okay. What do you think? That's a tough one. We haven't covered much, but let's see. I think the answer is A, Sentinel. Sentinel. That is the security information, that gives us the threat analytics and across the enterprise. So that's again something we'll cover today. Let's see. Okay, tough one. What do you think is
Which
right
of
answer?
these can be used to provide just-in-time virtual machine access? Just-in-time.
Okay, that's going to be security center. Okay, we're going to be talking today just in time. So at that point of time, you need the virtual machine. Okay, Lavanya?
Security center, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Continue.
Your web application needs to connect to a database. You do not want to store your passwords in secure source code. Which of these services would you recommend to store database passwords? Passwords. Is it Key Vault?
Why?
Because we are not interested to store in source code. I think Key Vault will store it.
Okay, so in other words, the passwords and all that information is stored in Azure Key Vault. What is Azure SQL database?
It's a database.
It's an SQL Server database, to be more precise. Okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
You are using an on-premises Active Directory to manage your enterprise users. You are moving some of your workloads to Azure. You can use Azure AD Connect to synchronize on-premises Active Directory with Azure AD.
What do you think, Lavanya? It's a tough one.
Synchronize.
You can use Azure AD Connect to synchronize on services, Active Directory. Yes, the answer is yes, true. That's what Azure AD is meant for. Azure AD is capable of connecting to your Windows AD in your network. It's acting like a bridge between the list of users in your own application versus the list of users in the Active Directory. Okay, Lavanya.
Okay, Naveen. Which of these ensures business continuity by keeping business apps and workloads running during outages? When an outage occurs at your primary site, you fail over to secondary location and access apps from there. High availability?
When an outage occurs at your primary site, you fail over to secondary site and access apps.
So both locations have outages. Back? No idea. No. Is it backup?
It is going to be Azure Site Recovery. If the complete site is going to be down, then we use Azure Site Recovery. Something again, we didn't cover much, but you need to remember manually, okay? What is fault tolerance?
Fault tolerance. Replication.
Yes, replication. So in other words, it's saving multiple copies at multiple times is what it is. Next one.
Under modern lifecycle policy, Microsoft will provide a minimum of dash notifications prior to ending support if no successor product or service is offered, excluding free services or preview releases. Six months.
6 months. So in other words, the default is 1 year.
1 year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Notification prior to ending the support is 1 year. That's again something we need to manually remember. Continue.
A resource can have multiple locks like read lock and delete lock. True?
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Azure has scheduled a maintenance on a few managed services which will impact your services. Which service can you use to receive notifications about planned maintenance activities that might impact you?
That's a tough question.
Maintenance monitoring. I think it's Azure monitor.
Service health. Service health is used for receive
Service.
notifications. Yeah, manage services activities. That might, I think it is service health, but we'll try to double check that. Okay, either monitor or service health. Receive which service you can use to receive notifications about planned maintenance activities. Maintenance activities. Oh, one of them. I'll try to confirm that to you. Okay, continue.
Your DevOps engineers need to be notified if any of your Azure VMs are stopped. Which of these services would you recommend? Stop, log, analytics.
Let's see. Need to be notified if Azure VMs are stopped. Which of these services are? I think it is monitor. Azure monitor. Monitor is monitoring which VM is up and down, and that is what is used. Security center monitor. I'll try to confirm that, Lavanya. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Continue.
Which of the following services provides automated recommendations to improve reliability, security, and performance, achieve operational excellence, and reduce costs of your Azure infrastructure?
I think this was
Advisor.
briefly discussed.
Advisor will advise about.
Good answer. Policies for making policies, rules. Monitor is just monitoring. Advisor is for making recommendations. It's advising you. What do you think is marketplace?
Where we purchase.
Good answer. Okay, custom applications. Okay, continue.
Application insights, VM insights, container insights, and log analytics are feature. It may be first one.
Security center. You're giving the insights here. Okay, again, this one also I need to verify. We have a slide coming up which will answer all these questions. But let me see, I'm thinking. Security center. Okay, that's a tough one. I'm thinking monitor is probably what I'm thinking, but we'll try to verify that. Okay.
Which of these Azure services helps with creating customized standard environments with a set of resource groups, policies, role assignments, and ARM template deployments? Policies, role assignments. All are saying blueprints.
Yeah, that is a blueprint.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. So it's the blueprints. The blueprints are generally at an architecture level. And at an architecture level, you decide the environment, you decide the resource groups, policies, roles, and the ARM template also. Everything is being decided at an architecture level. Architects generally go ahead and create the blueprints. Okay, continue. Laura.
Services under public preview are recommended for business critical production workloads.
Okay. So services under public preview. Public preview means they're showing some products in for the public. And maybe they will give us some access and things like that to play around. But we should not try to perform business critical operations on that. It is just to get a feel of their products and things like that. So that should be a false. Okay, Lavanya? Do you have the lab? Are you able to share your screen and show us the lab?
Sure, Naveen.
Okay. Bring up the lab and try to create a virtual machine. Try to create a Linux and see if you're able to make progress today.
Can I add HTTP here? Inbound ports?
Yeah, 80 and 22 should be good. And let's see, go back to the basics once. Ubuntu server 18.0.4 and B2MS Linux virtual machine name Linux. Okay, name. So the name you say Linux _ Lavanya or something like that. Oh, no, Linux hyphen. And SSH public key. Okay. Next, go the. Yeah, you can say review and create.
Which one can I select? Download,
Download private key. So looks like we're making progress. They fixed that part of it, that error we were getting yesterday. EM. That's going to be called as a private key. Okay. And now return to create a virtual machine. Okay, let's give it a moment. Do you know where is Cloud Shell? Good. Click on bash, create storage. Oh, let's see if the deployment completes. In the meantime, just message them. Sending message to them. And deployment is complete. So, click on go to resource. And let's say connect SSH. And open the client. We'll use provide a path. What we can do is let's say test your connection below. Inbound and outbound. So no, go back, close this one. One more time, click on the Cloud Shell. Bash. No luck. Do one thing, sign out of this one, Lavanya.
Sign out from Azure.
Yeah, sign out the lab. Sign out. Give me one moment. Okay, so let's see. Do you have a Hotmail account by any chance, Lavanya?
No, Naveen.
Okay, let's say use another account to continue. Let's see if you can create. Go ahead and click on plus use another account. And let's say, instead of Tech Mahindra, create your own, let's say create create one. Click on create one. There's a link called create one below. And you can, this is your,
TechM laptop.
okay. To all category. You don't have permission. I see. Okay, in that case, give me one moment here. Oh, sorry about that, guys. I was talking on mute. But let's say I just downloaded the private key. These are the resources I think which should go, which are getting allocated and created. We're using network security group IP address, and that is what is this one? Network interface, and that is virtual machine. All these resources are getting created. Okay, let's say go to resource. Now let's say connect SSH. And these are things, but what we'll do, last the cloud shell. Can everybody see my screen, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Lavanya, Niharika, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Navin.
Okay. So there is bash. Pay as you go. Oh, subscription is pay as you go. Show advanced settings. Hide advanced settings. Don't need that. Let's say create storage. So this is where create storage is where it is trying to create a storage thing. I think a blob storage, and it's trying to create a container and things like that. That's where the problem is coming up, guys. Okay, but let's see. We make some progress. Connecting. So the first thing we need to do is we need to upload the file here. It's connected. So bring this up. Okay, so here is Naveen at Azure, and let's say bring this a little bit down. We can also use Putty and others, but first we need to upload. So if you notice this one, upload or download file, say upload here, click on upload. And this is where we need to select the downloads file or the private key. So let's say pause the screen, go to downloads. And I'm selecting my private key here, which is kp1.pem. And let's say resume it. So kp1 complete. So I just uploaded the file, kp1.pem. And now what we should do, yes, let's say, if you look at this, ls, kp1.pem is there. We're in this directory by default. We can also go to the settings, text size, let's say medium. Click on medium. Oops. Give it a moment. Say, okay, say large. Okay, so hopefully those are some basic commands, and we have the PEM file, which is a private key. So now using that, we will join it. So what we need to do is we can copy this one here. We need to first, so if you say ll, here is the PEM file. Here's the PEM, and notice it has a read and write. It does not have an exit. There is a, oh, we need to give the read-only access to the private key. Okay, we'll just change it. Copy this one. Paste it here. Azure user. What is that? KP1, sorry. KP1.pem. Now if you say LL, and where is KP1? So now we have only given read permission to it. No other permission is given to it. And now what we'll do is private key path, provide a path to your SSH key. So that is going to be the path. So we have to run this one. SSH app. So copy this one. We'll paste this here. Private key path, and where there is private key path, we'll say kp1.pem. So it's going to be kp1.pem. PEM, let's run it. -i. Option requires hyphen. So let's say maybe I don't need that one. Are you sure you want to continue? Let's say yes. So now it's connecting. It's like you supplied your username and password to it using a file. And now we are logged in. From Azure, say ls, notice nothing is there. So now we have remoted. In Windows, you do a remote desktop, whereas in Linux, what we do is we use SSH, secure socket shell. And this is, it uses a private key. Everybody following that, guys? Quick yes, please. This is how we generally get into. This is one way, using the cloud shell. We do without downloading PowerShell, Azure command line interface and things like that. That's how we're able to get into it. And there's the Ubuntu, how much memory. We're given 5% memory and things like that. 0 updates. So scroll down. So we don't have any files here. That is how we create a Linux machine, guys. Okay, now what are we doing here? As simple as that. One of the basic things I wanted to do and show was just to get into this one. And okay. So now let me also stop, adjust this one a little bit here. May stop the share here. Come back here, back here. 5 minutes, okay. Back here. This is quick review. This is what do we want. Presentation 3. I think we're looking at part 2v1. This is part 2v1. Okay. So do Azure. Okay, let me run a few things here. Back to the cloud shell. Bring this up, sharing the screen. A few things, I want you to make a note of these things, guys. These tabs. Let me come back to the share screen. I'll say share. Share again. We'll share the VM1. So we'll do a clear. And now I'll run a few commands manually. Let's say the first one is who am I? That is just telling my username. Next, say host name. That's telling the server name is host name. Say host name hyphen I. Oops, hyphen I. Giving us the IP, like the IP address. And capital I, okay, same thing. Then we have looked at that. Okay, now well, let's say sudo su. Try to write these things down. So notice from Azure user, we have changed to the root user. That means a root is something here. Yeah. Yeah, who's it?
Hi, Naveen.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, this is Naveen.
Naveen, hi, Sanchita here from Novipro team. Can you just show your screen and show the error, what is happening on the labs part?
Okay, I will actually stop my screen because I'm using a outside the lab account, but I'll ask Lavanya to do that. Lavanya, can you share your screen, please?
Yes, Naveen. Actually, I came out of from it. I will see.
Oh, okay.
No worries. As soon as you can just show your screen, you can do that. You can right now. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, okay. We'll give you a moment here. We'll nothing to worry, but it looks like yeah, there she's in. So now we have created a Linux virtual machine. This is Tech Mahindra. Okay. Now what you're going to go to the cloud shell. Go to the cloud shell. Click on Bash. Now notice create Azure storage. This is the error we're getting when we create when we say create storage. And I don't know if you're in a basic or, but if I'm using my outside the lab account, we are able to successfully create the storage, successfully able to get into the Linux machine, Sanchita.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm using, my own personal account.
Okay.
Not the lab account, but I don't have any problem there.
Okay. So the lab account has a problem, is what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been
It's
trying
not
to do this.
allowing you to use the account.
Create the storage.
Create the storage, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have asked one of our support team managers to join the call.
Okay.
Help us sort out the issue. Just allow us a couple of more minutes. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So Lavanya, in the meantime, what I will do is I will try to share my screen again. So let's say share the screen, say yes. Until they will join. So there is a share. Okay. So sudo su, we are now logging into the root. Root is like the admin account. So we'll do a few things. We'll try to install some update packages and things like that. And let's see where that is. Okay. So the first thing we'll do is apt-get-y update. Let's run it. Oops, sorry. What is that? -get-y. Oh, sorry. apt-get is one word. So this is a package manager, apt-get, and it's downloading some of the package management, just like we install packages in, if you recall, in Python and things like that. And there it is, guys. It is done. Next, we'll say apt-get. This is another command I want you to. I'll copy paste these things into our chat window, but for the sake of discipline, just type them in and just keep them ready. Next, we'll install Nginx. Nginx is a lightweight web server, which is apt install. We have to say install Nginx. Let's run it. This is a lightweight web server in Linux, guys. And if we install the web server, then we will be able to access this Linux machine. We can access the web applications on this Linux machine. So, Lavanya, are you able to see my screen?
Yes, Naveen.
Say clear. And the next command, let's say, just for sake of simplicity, oops, one more time, echo, within single quotes, we'll say hello. We'll just echo hello, but we'll say echo and what should we say here? Okay, we'll say first VM on Linux. Okay, put this back in this directory. When we install Nginx, this is the directory where it is installing its web server related files and components, www.html/index.html. So before this one, what we'll do is, let me copy this one. Say copy this one and try one more time. Say paste this one. So we'll do a cat, see what's inside. No such file. Okay, the file is not there right now. Okay, so now we'll paste this. Close the quote. Let's run it. echo, you're echoing that, okay. I'm in the root prompt, okay. At the root prompt, it's not coming as $, it's coming as a greater than sign, that's what is happening. So there is index.html. So now if we were to say cat, or let's see, bring that up, echo, that's the cat. Good. What's the problem? Oh, sorry. So I messed it up. I gave it wrong there. When I say cat, the cat is okay. But what I want to do is, let's say echo. Here we go. Okay, we'll change this here. We'll say echo. Instead of closing the quote here, I close the quote there, and that confuses that. So we'll say first VM on Linux. And now you say cat. First VM on Linux. That's what we have put there. And now what we'll do, guys. So the index.html is the file which needs to be created for us to access. So access this web server. Now what we'll do is we'll come back here. Pardon me. There we go. What's happening? Oops. More time. There you go. Bring this down. Minimize this. Back to our VM. Test your connection. Okay. Oops. Move this here. Let's close this one. Back to the VM. VM1. Pardon me. And there is a public IP. So we'll copy this one. Let's say move this one. Paste it here. Notice first VM on Linux. Okay, now come back to VM1, back to the Cloud Shell. Let me hide this one. Hide meeting controls. Back to the Cloud Shell. Okay, now notice this. We'll say echo instead of first VM on Linux. We'll say and my favorite, we'll say Mera Bharat, run it, and now go back, try to access it. So now what is happening is we are using the IP address FQDN. If we come back here, if you notice here, there is something called FQDN somewhere here. It's called fully qualified domain name. We have not given fully qualified domain name is something like the web address and things like that. So right now we are able to access this IP and we're able to access the index.html. So it's like a default web server and a default web application is there. Whatever changes we are doing, are able to getting reflected here. Everybody catching that, guys? Quick yes, please. So whatever I change here
Is the part which we given in Cloud Shell is fixed or we can change it?
So in Ubuntu, this is the path, Lavanya. It will always, when we install Nginx, it is always going ahead and creating in this folder and index.html. So we can later add more files and things like that for creating various web apps and things like that. But this is a manual way. We generally don't do like that. We use app service for that. Okay.
Okay, Naveen.
Okay. So now let me come back here. Okay. Now take a look at this. We'll make a small change, which is echo first VM on Linux, Mera Bharat, and then we'll say dollar, and we need to give brackets. Say who am I? Okay, then run it. If you say cat, notice it says dollar who am I, but let's go here. Try to access this. Dollar who am I? Something missing. Welcome. And say dollar who am I? Say updated it, connected it. Dollar who am I should print our Looks good. $of within brackets who am I? $of who am I looks good there. What's the problem? Echo $of. Only thing I'm using is, oops, double quotes here. One more time. And now if we come back here, let's say refresh this one. Oh, there you go, root. Who am I? We are now logged in as a root. So that's why we're getting root. The problem was, in Python, we have single quotes and double quotes, right? So in Linux, it's specifically looking for the double quotes. That was the problem. So the same thing again. Now take a look at this. Instead of $who am I, we'll say host name. Okay. And if you go here, you try to run it. It's right now root. If you run it, it's VM1. What is VM1? VM1 is the host name. Everybody catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Lavanya, Niharika, are you catching that?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So now, just for the sake of let's do a history. And let's say scroll up here. Okay, what we'll do is, these are things I'll copy paste in this one for your reference. So we'll select from here. Right click this, we'll say copy. You can go back to chat window and save these things, guys. Chat window, say select all, everyone. These are the first few commands. You type in, then come down here, and then we did a cat, then we did this one, which will be useful is the last few commands, which is who am I. So one more time, I'll copy from here. Say right click this, say copy this, paste here. These are the steps you do step by step, and you'll be able to create a Linux VM. And this is how we're done. And now we can give a date and a time and all those things. That is again going into a little bit more detail. We'll do them using other techniques and so on, guys. Okay. But let me come back here. Let's see if there's anything else I have here. So we looked at the host name. Now we're able to access the host name init script. Okay. Another important thing is, let's say, these things is when, so today, Sanchita, are you there? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Sanchita, are you there? Oops, looks like she's gone. Okay. So now what happens in real world, guys? We have to create, let's say we have to create 10, maybe 100 or maybe 1000 VMs at one time. What do? Well, we cannot log into everything individually, and we cannot do this manually. What do? There's another way of doing these things. So let's say here we have executed only 4 steps or maybe 10 steps. In real world, let's say once we create a VM, we want to execute maybe 10 or maybe 100 steps. And we want, if you try to log into every machine and do this, that's going to be very, very time consuming. What do? That's where we have something called cloud init script. Okay. So let's see how we'll do that. We'll create one more virtual machine here. Come back here, back to the virtual machine. May minimize this one. And virtual machines. We'll minimize the Cloud Shell for now. Create VM. We can use the same key here. Okay, so we'll say here is VM2. Sure, and so first we will leave everything the same, $42. Okay, this is stitch key. Instead of creating, use an existing key stored in Azure. You need to select a key. Select a key, so that is going to be KP1. Okay, now we'll go into this. Oh, sorry, back to basics. Scroll down here. And where was the ports? Here. Ports will give, without 80, selecting 80, you cannot access the web server. You will not be able to access the engines, the index.html, guys. That's something I want you to keep in mind, okay? We can go to, we can skip this in networking again. I think this is where it will force us and say, hey, G1, VNet, 8022 looks okay. We don't need to do load balancing now. Management, this is the management tab. Don't think we need to do any of these things now. Then go to the advanced. And now here is something called custom data cloud init. So now what we can do is, let's say, back to our history. Let me do a paste here. And let's say, come back here. Back to, we'll remove this echo. This is the next one I want. /www/html. /HTML. So we'll first cat it. Then we are doing an echo of, I don't think I need this one. And before this one, what we'll do, we'll say apt-get. No. Do I need to do sudo? Let me come back here.
Naveen,
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt.
yeah.
I just created Window Pro in lab, and with Window, I created Ubuntu, and it's working, I think.
You created with Window Pro.
Yeah. Can I share the screen so that you will understand?
One moment. Share it now, please.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon.
Yeah.
Chandra here.
Chandra, how are you? This is Naveen.
Yeah, Naveen, how are you, Naveen? Yeah.
Good, buddy. Just give me one moment. Lavanya is showing me something.
Yeah, sure.
Lavanya, proceed.
Naveen, you got this screen right within Cloud Shell.
Yeah.
Yeah. I created with what it calls resource code. Wait a minute.
What is it?
In place of Linux, I created Windows VM. Within Windows VM, I created Ubuntu.
What do you mean within Windows you created Ubuntu?
I mean in
Try to
virtual
create it
machine.
again. Create it, maximize your that window and create it again.
Which one? This one?
మళ్ళీ చేయమ్మా ఫస్ట్ నుంచి చేయి మళ్ళీ ఏం చేసావు
Okay.
So Chandra, if you're there, just keep watching, buddy. This is where we're running into some issue. We'll show you in one moment. You're selecting the Windows image. Ubuntu, okay. You can select, if you already created a key pair, you can just select the key pair. We were not able to upload, so you need to create, okay. Say Lavanya KP1 or something like that. So that you know it is key pair. Select 80. And you can go to next. You can go into networking. That's okay. You can leave it there. Go into networking. Select a network. Go to networking, Amma. Select virtual network. Virtual network law. No. Close this one. In the drop down, expand the drop down. Okay, select LD1 VNet. Okay, now click, I think that should be good. Now click on next. You can go to review and create. And create. Download the key. Chandra, are you there?
Yeah, here, yeah.
Okay.
So
Sorry about that.
validation is passed. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah.
Just give us one moment. We're coming to that stage where we get that error.
Lavanya, maximize the screen, Lavanya.
Nee window maximize cheyala Lavanya. Okay. Still in progress. Straight time here. Oh, straight time here. Lavanya, let me know when the deployment is done. I'm going to be doing a little bit of multitasking here.
ఓకే నవీన్. యాక్చువల్గా ఇక్కడ నేను ఏం చేశానంటే లోకల్ ల్యాప్టాప్ లో మనం లైనక్స్ సెలెక్ట్ చేసిన ప్లేస్ లో విండోస్ ప్రో సెలెక్ట్ చేశా. అక్కడ విఎం క్రియేట్ అవుతుంది కదా, ఆర్డిపి డౌన్లోడ్ చేశా. విఎం లో ఉబంటు క్రియేట్ చేసా, అది వచ్చింది క్లౌడ్ షెల్.
I don't think that is right. It's what we're trying to do. But yeah, something is not making sense what you're saying, Lavanya. But good try.
Actually, we are trying to create Ubuntu in local laptop, right? In lab. But I create, can I show from starting?
No. Wait. Let this complete.
Okay. I will let you know, Naveen. You can carry on with.
Good, thank you.
క్వశ్చన్లు అడుగుతున్నారు. వైవా రోజు వైవా వీడియో మనం
Sql Injection. Lavanya, can you show your screen?
It's still in progress, Naveen.
That's okay. Just keep. At least we are in track of it.
Okay.
Okay, your deployment is good. Now click on go to resource. And we'll say click on connect SSH. Okay, then click on the Cloud Shell. So now what we'll do, we're able to get to the Cloud Shell, right? Last time were we able to get to the Cloud Shell? Lavanya?
In local laptop, it's got error.
This is local laptop, huh?
It's not local, it's VM.
Lab, right?
It's VM with, it's lab in within VM.
Okay, do one thing. Okay, let's try to upload a file. You see that icon to upload a file in the PowerShell or in the Cloud Shell? There are a few of them, right? Yes. Click on that.
Yeah.
The first one. Yeah. Click on that and upload a file. And select that file Lavanya kp1.pem. Looks like the problem is resolved. Yeah, click on that, click on open. So now we upload, now type in ls. Click on ls in the Cloud Shell. Chandra, it looks like the problem is resolved, but
okay.
But just give us one moment. We'll quickly complete this in a moment and we'll leave you. Sorry about that.
No worries. Yeah.
Great. Let's say do an LL. So on our PEM file, we have read permission. That's okay. So now what you need to do is you need to do SSH. On the behind, you see that thing, right? Where it says open the client. You scroll down a little bit. Chmod is okay. You have to do an SSH -i and then say SSH space -i. And then what is your name of your space Lavanya, LAV, and do a tab. It will populate it. Tab it. Okay, now go back to that screen and it will give you the IP address. It should be Azure user and things like that. Azure user. Copy that the right hand side part of it. From Azure user till the IP address. Copy that. Paste it. Right click and paste. Okay, good. And so SSH, yeah. Press enter. Type in yes. Again, just do, what's that? Bad permissions. Permission.
It's a key, right? I mean, public
Okay.
and private key.
Gotcha. I think that should be okay, but just do an ls. Type in host name. Enter. Okay. What was the name you gave, Lavanya? You didn't give any name to the VM?
It's Ubuntu 1 I have given.
I don't know if it's because of the lab thing and things like that. That's a pretty big name. Just type in who am I? Okay, sudo space su. And I sent you the enter, press enter. Oh, Chandra, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
We are not able to get to the root account, right?
Root account, Cloud Shell. So you are logged in with which ID? Azure user, huh? Because
Yes.
it's Ubuntu, right? So so it says bash sudo command not found. This is running from the a Cloud Shell, Azure Cloud Shell.
Yeah.
So, so this is nothing to do with the Azure policy.
Let me try one thing.
So one minute. Yeah.
Lavanya, go back to the chat window and copy the command where it says apt get -y update. Copy that one, paste it, and run it. See if you're able to run that. You see it, Lavanya?
Naveen, is it update or install in Nginx?
Update. Paste it here. Reading package, so could not log the file, unable to log the directory, problem unlinking. Oh, okay. I think we need to get into the root, Chandra. Otherwise, it will not let us update it. Otherwise, it will not let us install it, I think.
Okay, you're trying to install this particular, okay.
We're trying to install Nginx, but before we install Nginx, we need the IPT get, right?
Mm-hmm. So this is, let me check. So this Azure user. Canonical, this is Canonical Ubuntu server. So can we try from outside the Cloud Shell? I mean, logging into, so if you have a SSH or terminal,
Putty?
Putty, yeah, right, yeah, Putty.
Okay.
So Lavanya, right? Yeah. So I
don't think she has Putty, Chandra. But if you have Putty, can you quickly try to take that IP address and do a login?
Yes, that's yeah. So
you may need PEM file, right? In that case.
Yeah, I need PEM file. I need to convert that PEM file into private and then.
Oh, okay. Can you share your email with Lavanya? She'll email you the PEM file.
Sure. Yeah. The chat box.
Okay, Lavanya.
Yes, Naveen.
Send your PEM file to Chandra.
Key file, right?
Yeah. The Lavanya kp1.pem.
Actually, that is in VM, Naveen.
Oh,
Oh, your VM. Okay. Okay, let me log into this VM from Azure port itself. Yeah.
oh, you can get into this VM?
Yeah, I can get into.
Oh, okay.
So there is some minor, permission issue in the VM, not in the Azure account or subscription. So let me check. So this is
But when
similar
I'm
like
using my personal account, I'm able to successfully do the sudo su and things like that, Chandra.
so inside the VM, right? Through Cloud Shell. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is through personal account.
Okay. But that and this what should be fine. Okay. So the VM is Linux_Lavanya, right? The VM that been tried.
This is
now.
Ubuntu one.
Yeah, Ubuntu one. Okay.
Have you created this one, Lavanya? Is the creation complete?
Yeah.
Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't even.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, I can see the
Okay.
Ubuntu one.
Pardon me. Okay. Chandra, do you think you need a few minutes, buddy?
Yes, Navin, I need another.
Why
10
not we do
minutes,
this,
right?
Chandra? Why not we take a break for the lunch and maybe we'll regroup in 45 minutes so that we can just, so that we'll give you your time. Okay, Chandra?
Sure, Navin, sure. Yeah.
Thank you, buddy. So guys, take a break. It's 1:45, 1:50 roughly. Let's regroup by, how much is that? 2:30, 2:35. Let's regroup, guys. Thank you.
అది ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ రా
Hello. Yeah.
Ganesh, I'm back, buddy, in case you're there. Lavanya, are you back?
Yes, Naveen.
Can you share your screen, please? Okay.
It's the shell is reconnected, Naveen.
Okay. And where were we? We were just type in sudo space su. See if you have any luck. So, okay. We'll wait for Chandra. And what we'll do is, okay, just keep that like that. Like here. And okay.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, Chandra.
Yeah, I tried the Ubuntu one. It is connecting actually. See what I did now. Anyone I can do sudo su also. Let me tell you what I did. So actually, if you see the host name, no, Naveen, if you type host name.
Okay. Lavanya, please type in host name.
Okay. Yeah, Lavanya, can you type host name? Okay, this is actually a Cloud Shell host name. So can you just copy that particular SSH minus I and then, if you, can you do LL? Can you just do LL, Lavanya? Yeah. And see, I have uploaded the private key, Lavanya pvt key1.ppk, right? Can you just copy that SSH minus I and the complete path and replace that particular private key with this name? Can you just copy SSH minus I and then this here, right, correct, yeah, Azure user, right. Enter. Azure one, can you just go up? It says public key, sorry, okay. Public key. Okay, can you just type that PEM file key? Sorry. I tried actually the same. I'm already in that session. Yeah, sorry, you have to try that PEM key. Public key. Yeah, just do the up arrow key. Up arrow. So can you type SSH? I will share you the. Copy. I typed the command, Lavanya, in the chat box. Can you just copy? Yeah. The same SSH minus I, Lavanya, kp1.pem, Azure, and that one. Okay, now you type host name. Okay, now you inside the inside the Ubuntu one, right?
Sudo
Now you do sudo su sudo. Yeah. So now can you try to install or can you run the install script?
apt get apt-get -y update.
Okay. Okay.
apt-get is one word.
Yeah, it's apt-get one word. Yeah.
Space -y space update. Yeah, good. Let's also after that try apt get -y install. There you go. And can you send that, Chandra? Can you send that command to everyone just so that we have an idea what you have done? And have you done the engines? Oh, good. Okay. Oh, great. Okay. So Lavanya Acha. So SSH-I Lavanya, you're giving the PEM file. And isn't this what we have done? Chandra, what is it different that you're? Chandra?
Oh, hi, Navin. Yeah, I was talking in mute actually. Sorry. So what I was trying to tell is, it is same actually. I followed the step 4. What is showing in Lavanya's that SSH connecting actually.
Okay.
And so I did not do any other thing actually. We can try with one more participants. Can we try?
Yeah. We'll try to create one more time.
Yeah.
Lavanya, try to create one more VM, please.
Only difference what I did is I just created the private key and uploaded there actually. And then did the chmod 400 for that PEM file. But as I can see, okay. Timeout. Network something you need to select here. Yeah, public IP. Yeah. Okay. The only difference I did, I downloaded the PEM file and then created a private key and uploaded. That should not. That is not related to this one because I just tried to upload. First I logged in with my putty from my laptop. For that I created the private key.
No, when we did a host name, we were getting that long name.
That is this Cloud Shell host name. That means you are not yet logged in into the VM.
Oh.
So the Cloud Shell, what we click here, we get that console right inside this Azure portal. So that is a Cloud Shell terminal attached to this account Lavanya at Tcom Azure. So that has a limited access, and that is like a shared basis Linux box when you click on this Cloud Shell, Azure Cloud Shell. So from that we need to log in into any VM, and then we need to log in with the PEM file or a private key.
I think that is the only step that we need to keep in mind, Chandra. If we can do that step, probably. I mean, we were getting into we're not getting into the machine. So,
okay.
So we'll try to do it in this one, and hopefully that will get us get going.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you. You need to click on SSH. You do not have permission. Is the deployment complete?
Maybe if you can click on that notify too.
Yes, Naveen, deployment completed, and I clicked on go to resources.
Lavanya.
Yes.
Are you talking, Lavanya? You're on
Yes,
mute.
Naveen. Hello?
I'll be in mute. Maybe I think it is
Lavanya.
other side.
So sorry about that. Sorry, my bad, guys. I have muted myself and I've been.
Oh, we can hear you, Naveen. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, sorry about that, Lavanya.
Yeah. Actually, the deployment is completed, so that I clicked on go to resources. And after that, I clicked on here connect. I got these messages.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
wait. Maybe deployment in progress. Let me check what
You can still try to click on Cloud Shell.
Can you click on that notification 2?
Oh, okay.
Should I close this shell, which was created earlier?
No, keep it, no problem. Lavanya. Just click on that RDP, or click, can you click on again? Yeah. Click on Lavanya VM. Can you click on Lavanya VM?
Actually, the VM was shut down.
Shut down.
Yeah.
Why? Let me check why it got shut down. Is it like a 4-hour completion or wait?
Yeah, I think around 3 hours it's completed.
We kept that 4-hour cleanup, right? After 4 hours of start. Let me check.
Yes.
Let me check. I think maybe that got shut down or not got. Let me check. Yeah, I can see, Lavanya, that the cleanup has started again. Yeah, because when I try to access, that 4-hour lab duration cleanup is running. Yeah. So can we have any other person? Yeah.
Lavanya, are you there?
Yes, Naveen. I'm trying to create VM.
No, you need to wait because cleanup is in progress. Yeah, I can see cleanup in progress.
Lavanya, have you stopped sharing the screen?
Yes, Naveen. Can I share it?
Oh,
Earlier I said I created VM from Windows, right? Can I show that?
So that we, Lavanya, that VM, everything will be deleted now because cleanup is running 4-hour lab duration. So all resources are
Okay,
getting
Chandra.
deleted. Yeah, so need to wait for that cleanup to complete. Can you refresh that page and see whether cleanup is complete and you get a start button?
Niharika, did you send me a message?
Sir, and it's not getting. It is giving like a storage is failed.
Storage, the same problem that we were getting yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, sir, same.
Interesting. Chandra, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah, I think that AWS, this is for whom? Lavanya's machine, account is getting cleaned up.
Oh, okay. It looks like.
I'll tell you.
You need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because once that Azure account, that subscription, cleanup is success, right? Then we need to start, and then it will associate the subscription to Lavanya's Azure account, and then she can start again. So. Yeah, Lavanya, can you log in? I can see the lab is already in start complete state.
Yes, Chandra. Can I share the screen?
Yes. Let's do it. Yeah. Okay, already logged in, right? Okay. Whether subscription is associated with. Okay, just try with Ubuntu. We'll see.
If we give Ubuntu, it won't work, Chandra. That's why I'm creating VM using Windows 10 Pro. After that, I'm selecting image as Ubuntu within VM. At that time, it's working.
No, you created an Ubuntu one VM, right? Last time.
Yeah, that one created within VM, within Windows Pro VM. I'm using this image, and after that, I'm downloading the RDP file. Within VM, I'm creating Ubuntu. At that time it's working, but locally it's not getting,
No, it
giving
should
error
work.
as storage failed.
Giving error as storage failed.
Yeah,
Can you try
that's
Ubuntu?
the issue we all are facing.
No. Can you try Ubuntu direct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, V2MS, correct. Oh, okay, maybe this. Okay. Yeah, select standard SSD. Sorry, standard HDD, right? Oh, correct. Okay. Okay. Oh, so this is in which region? US East one, right? Okay. Okay, now you, okay.
It worked.
Yeah, now, okay, now you need to upload that PEM file. No? Can you upload? Yeah, so there is upload download. Okay. PEM, okay. Okay, can you just run LL? Yeah. See what is the permission? It should be ch mode 400. Okay, read write permission is there. Okay. Now can you run that SSH minus -, sorry, not -, sorry, I, and then that ldkp1.pem space Azure user at yeah. Okay, yes. Okay, failed to It is not required that
Check
your
host
private
name.
keys are not accessible by others. So this is a local host name actually. Okay, can I just run that chmod 400 to that ldkp1 pem file 400, then ldkp1 dot pem. Okay, can you run the up arrow key and connect again? Yeah. No, this is other IP. I think you have to run 40, 87, 60, 82. See, Control C. So it went to the old one. Control C, Control. Yeah, Control C, Control C. Okay, yeah, SSH. Okay, need to change. It is something to do with the PEM file. 1 minute, I think. Okay. Source. See, we still in that Cloud Shell host. We are not logged into the VM actually. So the VM is LDP VM1, right? LD VM1, right? Okay. Yeah. Permission 0644 for LDPR to open. So we need to close that permission 0644.
Chandra, is this something you can take it individually and see if you can take care of it so that we can proceed with the
Yes. Yeah.
Great.
So Naveen, last time this worked, right? This permission 0644.
Yeah, it looked like it worked. And then the host name was, you said.
This is not the VM host name. This is still we are not logged. We are not yet logged into the VM actually. So yeah, I will work with Lavanya separately in the chat.
So how do you get into the VM?
So same thing actually. What I had to do now, let me just see. I'm trying to log into the Cloud Shell. Trying to do the same steps what Lavanya is doing. So what I'm thinking is that I think we need to download that PEM file, create a private key, upload actually. That is the thing I did, and then could able to, log in.
PEM key, and yeah, she already uploaded it, didn't she?
Yeah, she has uploaded actually. Lavanya, you uploaded the PEM field, right? Yeah. Yeah, I saw that she uploaded. Yeah.
Yes, Chandra uploaded the key file.
Okay. So let me try from my side. I will tell you the steps. So you can continue, Naveen. I will tell you.
Okay.
Because this is related to this Cloud Shell and the VM actually. So you should work some steps. I think 1 or 2 steps, I'm missing here. I will let you know the steps. Yeah.
Okay.
Give
Sounds good.
10 minutes time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll ping you, Lavanya, the chat box.
Yeah.
Separately. You can continue, Naveen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Not waste others' time.
Lavanya, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
I'm going to share my screen. Let's continue our journey on the different questions and things like that.
Okay, Naveen.
Okay, go ahead and read the next one.
You are running your workloads on Azure. Provisioning 20 Azure VMs to run your workloads in Azure under pay-as-you-go model and comes under Azure's capital expenditure.
Why?
Because operational expenditure per month, right?
Okay, what do others think, guys? Anybody else? What do others think? It should be coming under operational expenditure. Capital expenditure is if you're buying the physical machines, physical servers, if you're buying all the software, the remaining components, the hardware, the data center and things like that. And then you're bringing up the 20 VMs, that becomes capital expenditure. Whereas here, all those things we didn't do. We are directly creating 20 VMs here. And we will be paying as you go. How much we use will be paying, so it comes under operational expenditure. Okay, Lavanya?
Okay, Naveen.
Continue.
Outbound data transfer from Azure to on-premises is always free.
Do you know what that means, Lavanya?
Transferring?
What? Transferring what?
From Azure to on-premises means accessing the resources from Azure.
Okay, we are basically transferring data from Azure to on-premise, which is our company.
Yeah.
Do you think that is free?
No.
That's not free. What about the reverse?
On-premises to Azure?
Yeah.
I think it also costs.
That is free.
Yeah.
To Azure is free, but from Azure is not free. Okay.
Okay.
Continue.
Which of the following is the Azure service providing end-to-end IoT solutions with device tampering detection recommended for high security use cases, ATMs, point of scale devices, etc.?
Okay, this we have not covered in detail, so I'll answer this. This is Azure Sphere. We'll revisit this and we'll try to understand that. Okay, read it.
An enterprise plans to study the rise of temperature across the country due to CO2 emissions. They are deploying millions of sensors across the country to record temperatures at regular intervals, which Azure service can help manage the devices and receive telemetry.
Receive telemetry. Okay, so I think so there should be IoT Hub. IoT Hub is responsible for taking all the messages which is coming from the sensors. It will save it there. Then the data is analyzed. But we'll talk. We haven't really covered that. Next one.
An enterprise has deployed millions of sensors across the country to record temperature at regular intervals. Data is now available for the last 20 years. The company wants to use AI and ML to predict how temperature will rise in future, which Azure service can help you with the predictions.
Any thoughts?
Machine learning.
Yep, that's machine learning. Machine learning is used for making predictions, okay?
Okay.
Do you know what is Azure HD Insight?
HD Insights. I heard about it, but can't remember.
It is Hadoop on Azure. Okay?
Could you repeat?
It is Hadoop on Azure.
Okay.
Continue.
Your organization has various departments. Each department requires the creation of same set of multiple Azure resources across different resources groups. You have been tasked to automate this process of resource deployment. Which of these solutions would you recommend?
Any
Is
thoughts?
it first one? First one? Machine scale sets?
That is, scale sets is for multiple.
Multiple VMs.
But the template will create for multiple departments and things like that. We generally use a template.
Okay.
So they
So
say
the answer,
each department requires the creation of same set of multiple Azure resources across different resource groups. The resource groups are different, whereas in VM scale sets, we use the same resource group. That's why it should be Azure template. Okay.
okay.
Okay. Lavanya?
Which OS can Azure CLI, PowerShell, Cloud Shell, and Portal run on? All of the above.
I think it should be all of the above, but I'll double check that. So I had some other this thing also. Okay. Thank you, Lavanya. So let me cover a few things and then we'll get back to a few more questions and so on. So a little bit about Azure policy. How do we ensure that resources stay compliant with our policies? What does that mean? Create, assign, and manage policies automatically ensure that resources stay compliant with defined standards and SLAs. So SLA is service level agreement. And what we want to do is, we want to ensure the resources stay compliant. So manage compliance of resources across multiple subscriptions, assigned to a management group, a single subscription or so a little bit of boring slides are going to be coming up, guys. Just bear with me. These are all the things we will at least have a look here and there in the certification exam. A few questions will be coming in, so we'll try to have a quick look at these things. But let me see if I can simplify it. Policy is nothing but it's a rule. It's allowing us to make sure, some people are not unnecessarily deleting, some people are not unnecessarily adding. So it kind of defines some boundaries and things like that. That's what the policy is. So so right now the policy till yesterday we were not able to create a storage account because somewhere there was a boundary, a policy which was created, which was not allowing us to create a storage account at the time of accessing the Cloud Shell. And that's what it looks like Chandra is fixing and taking care of. So that is like a policy. So Azure provides predefined initiatives, Azure Security, Benchmark, UK Official, and we can look them under policy, authoring and definitions, compliance dashboard, aggregated view of overall compliance with options, governance for resource consistency, regulatory compliance, security, cost and management. So these are some very specific scenarios where we need to, we have some regulations and compliance things coming into the picture. That's what these things are, guys. Okay, so we'll see if we can understand them. Here are some examples. So only allow creation of VMs of specific sizes. We right now, maybe we are able to create a VM which is very, very large, but that could be a very, very expensive thing. So we want to make sure in our company or in business, we don't want others to be able to create a VM exceeding a certain size. That's what that is about. So what can we do? We can create a policy. Only allow creation of resources in a specific region. So maybe we only want, because we are close to India, we want to create all our resources in Indian region. And that would be a policy. Automatically tag all resources in a resource group with the same tags as that of the resource group. So again, giving the same tag to multiple resources. Multi-factor authentication should be mandatory for certain types of accounts. So MFA, multi-factor authentication, is nothing but multiple authentications. If you log in, maybe you'll be also asked to enter your OTP. So multiple times you're logging in, and like that there could be multiple ways. One is OTP, one is email, and then maybe something else. So that is multi-factor authentication. And whenever somebody is getting authenticated, we are doing it 2 times or 3 times just to make sure we are from a security standpoint, guys. Okay. Existing non-compliant resources will be marked as non-compliant, but they will continue to work. Policy evaluation is not immediate, approximately once every hour. So every 1 hour, the policies are getting into action, and they are getting triggered and things like that. In other words, if we create a policy, we need to wait 1 hour for it to get kicked in and things like that. So as I said, so here is the policy. If you go into all services and policy, this is how it will look like, guys. And these are some policies: enable threat detection and analysis, create incidents, and other policies. Ideally we don't need to go this far. This is more of an administrative job, but just a quick look at these things, guys. We can also create a new policy here and things like that. So that's a quick touch of a policy. Let's also look at blueprints. It is one or more of policy, role, ARM template, resource group, and configurations. Ideally, an architect will look at all these things. See, they will come up with different kinds of policies with sitting with the administrators. They will decide the roles, the resource groups, and the templates. And that is referred as a blueprint. It's a high-level design is another way of referring to it, which contains both the software and the most of the time the hardware components are being listed here, guys. Okay. So different pre-built blueprints are available. Australian government, UK official. So there are for different governments and for different countries around the world, a lot of blueprints have been made available by Azure. And so if anybody is working for any of these governments and things like that, they can make use of these blueprints as a reference and get started there. Architecture team can create blueprints adhering to organization standards, patterns, and requirements. So again, these blueprints are used by the architecture team. Your teams use blueprints to create resources. So that's what we said. Blueprints can be assigned to individual subscriptions, and blueprints can be used to set up a resource group within subscriptions also. So we can hook up for some certain kind of subscriptions. We want to use certain kinds of blueprints. Is what it means. It helps team to quickly set up environments adhering to organizational standards. So at a very high level, when you have a large organization and you want certain policies to be used, certain resources to be used, certain roles to be there in almost any kind of application or every kind of architecture that an application is being designed, that's where the blueprints come into picture, and they will be of very use, guys. Okay, so here is again, if you go into blueprints, this is how they look like. So Australian government protected, there is Azure Security Benchmark, CA Foundation. Then we have the HIPAA and New Zealand, ISO, and so on, guys. Okay. It helps teams quickly set up environments adhering to organizational standards. We can even set up an automated CI and CD. Automated CI and CD is the DevOps related thing, guys. Okay. So just again, a quick read up here. As I said, a few slides, they might be a little bit boring. Just bear with me. Resource locks prevent accidental deletion or modification of resources. So imagine we created a bunch of resources. We spent a lot of time, and somebody accidentally comes in and accidentally deletes these resources accidentally. What is that? That is what we want to prevent. That's where the locks can come in. So applicable at multiple levels. We can create the locks at subscription, resource group, resource. And there are two options: cannot delete and read only. Logged resource should be unlocked before it can be changed. So in other words, if you want to change, it needs to be unlocked. Read only, authorized users can read, but they cannot delete or update. Cannot delete is authorized users can read and modify, but they cannot delete. If a resource group has a delete lock, then the administrator can first remove the delete lock. You can have multiple locks at different levels. Again, a little bit of administration stuff. At a slightly high level, we can say certain resources, certain other kinds of components which we have created are deletable, are only readable, are not deletable, are only updatable, and things like that. That's what the logs will help us, guys. Okay. So if you go back to the virtual machines, here is a virtual machine, and there's the logs. Under virtual machines, there is logs, and we can add logs here. So here is read only and a delete. You can go to the resource group. Even in a resource group, if you select a resource group, you can add a log. That's as simple as that. So a little bit of administration stuff, guys. Okay. Going a little bit into privacy and information protection. It explains the personal data Microsoft processes and how Microsoft processes it for what purposes. That is privacy statement. So if you go to Google, here is a Microsoft privacy statement. For us, it's just an FYI. There is a complete detail of the privacy, what they do with our data and things like that. Similarly, there is something called product terms. So the different products that we use, licensing terms and things like that is given. And we can go into the details of these things on a need-to basis, guys. Ideally, again, we don't go into these things that much. But if you want to, we can go into data protection and your and Microsoft obligations with respect to the processing of the securities, customer data and personal data in connection with Azure Search for DPA. Covers data transfer, data retention, so data protection addendum. So if you go into this link, that's where the licensing terms are. This is the DPA, and that's what it is, guys. As simple as that. They have different websites for this one. The Azure information protection. This is probably what you most of the times we need to be familiar with. This is classifying and protecting our documents and emails. In other words, we have a lot of data stored in Azure. What we want to do is we want to classify and protect, which is encrypted. Okay. Add labels indicating what kind of protection or encryption we want. We can also add the labels. Uses Azure Rights Management. It integrates with Office and others, Active Directory. Protection stays with documents and emails independent of the networks, file servers, and applications, which means no matter where the documents, emails, and other kinds of data, which is related to us, which is ours, it is encrypted, it is protected, and generally it is not visible to others, and it is only visible to us, and only we get hands on it, guys. Even if others get hands on it, the data will be encrypted. They will not be able to decrypt it and things like that. So that is a protection that it provides. Okay, guys. Another quick one there. Compliance. What is compliance? Depending on the domain, we need to adhere to several industry and security standards, regulatory policies, and things like that. We're using services provided by Azure storing data. So what standards and regulations does Azure services adhere to? So that is referred as Service Trust Portal. Again, here is a Service Trust Portal, just a quick look at it. And different kinds of audit reports, auditing, and things like that come into the picture here. So again, just a quick look. Azure compliance documentation, more documents and things like that from a legal standpoint and things like that. If there are any issues and things like that, the legal department will generally look into these things in their country to make sure they're not violating any of the things and so on, guys. Okay, that's what the compliance is about. Security and compliance blueprints, again, a bunch of documents and links they have made available, and parts of Service Trust Portal. So automates complete compliance lifecycle. It manages risk, implement controls, checks compliance against regulations and standards, reporting to auditors. So they have already done a lot of work and put this complete compliance lifecycle in place. And that is what the Service Trust Portal allows us to look at, guys. These are the complete documents, just in case we need them. We can refer to them. So 90 plus Azure compliance offerings can be grouped into 4 segments: global, US, industry specific, region, or country. Okay, so they are categorized into different regions. Here they are. 50 plus compliance offerings specific to global regions and countries, which means they are global. They are applicable globally. 35 plus compliance offerings specific to the needs of key industries, which is health related, government related, finance related. It is nothing but a group of rules, regulations, and things like that, which are specific to health domain, the government domain, or the finance domain, guys, okay? Important standards here and there, we don't need to by heart them or anything, but just at least if you listen one time, ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization, SOC Service Organization Compliance, GDPR General Data Protection Regulation, and Health Insurance Portability and Accountability. Most of the times you keep hearing HIPAA and GDPR is generally what you keep hearing most of the time. ISO also is one thing which we keep hearing as payment card industry, PCI. So these are the a few of them. There are a lot of them, but just a quick look at them. So Azure Global, what we are using until now. Azure Global means something which is applicable globally to everyone. Azure Government is only for government. They have created a few environments only for US, only for Australia, only for specific internal departments of the government also. And Azure China, it is again only for China. Physically separated instance of cloud services located in China, operated by 21 via net. In other words, Microsoft is not directly operating. They are operating through the telecommunication company in China. Azure Germany, physically isolated instance of Microsoft Azure in Germany. No longer accepting customers. So Azure Germany, they're no longer taking any customers because of some compliance issues and things like that, guys. Okay, these are called sovereign regions. They have separate rules, separate environments that we can directly use them if we are into any of these things, guys. Okay. Capital expenditure, money spent to buy infrastructure. These are the initial costs. Additional cost to maintain infrastructure. We might need a team, deploy our own data center, purchase Azure, reserved VM instances, leasing software. So if we were to set up our own company and things like that, all this capital expenditure we have to go through. Using cloud, we are saving all that. That's what we've been talking right from day one. Operational expenditure, money spent to use a service or a product. These are the monthly costs. No upfront costs, no capital expenditure. Pay for what you use, you provision when you need them, and you use Azure functions for paying invocations and paying for invocations. Only when the function is invoked, we will pay for the amount of time it has been used and run. That's what it is, guys. Okay. Everybody okay with this slide, guys? Quick yes, please. Hopefully by now you're comfortable with CapEx and OpEx. Okay, consumption-based versus fixed price. So consumption-based is you're billed only for what you use. Functions, for example, Azure functions. Fixed price is you're billed for instances irrespective of whether they are used or not. So if you go back to the example of the Starbucks coffee shop, Pratyusha is renting a coffee shop for 1 month. Harsha is using a different model. Her model is she doesn't rent for 1 month, but what she is doing is she's only a few hours she opens up, and during the rush hours, busy hours and things like that, she opens up for 1 hour in the morning, 1 hour in the evening, and boom, she closes. So only when it is rush, she somehow figures it out. And she's only paying hourly. And whereas Pratyusha, because she's renting out for the whole month during nights, when there is nobody, she's still paying it. That is fixed price. So you provision a VM, you pay for its lifetime for whatever time you have taken. Example, app service, you choose app service plan. You are billed irrespective of whether you use it or not. App service plan, we use it for creating web applications and things, mobile applications inside that one. So even if nobody's using it, we still continue to pay. That's why the Azure functions, the Azure app logic has come into the picture. Everybody okay with this slide, please? Quick yes, please. Cost management and planning, okay? So generally, what do? TCO stands for total cost of ownership, slightly at a management level. These are the things that they generally are talking and things like that. If your project manager sits with you here and there, you see him using terms like this and throwing these terms at you guys, okay? Estimate the cost savings you get by migrating your workloads to Azure. What is this money we are saying? Define your workloads, the servers, databases, adjust the assumptions, view the report. In other words, we can get the report. So here is an example. If you just type in Azure Tco Calculator, this is the website. We can put in the Windows servers, how many servers we need, add the database, add the storage. We can say 1,000 of them. And if we were to really use 1,000 of them, storage, SSDs, electricity costs, all these things, they will give you a rough idea. That's about $93,000. For 1 month, if you use, for 5 years, if you use, I think 1000 VMs is what we have selected there. They're suggesting we are looking at $93,000. And if you compare it to the blue color, that is on-premises cost, the cost is going to be very, very high over the 5 years. And the cloud brings it to be very, very low and keeps it very, very low. So again, a pie chart indicating the total cost versus the, so in Azure, if you're using Azure, it's coming to be 13,900 with different requirements and things like that. So that is total cost of ownership. The total cost is the complete cost. Then the pricing calculator is for individual components. What is the price? These are the different individual. If you just take a database, what is the price? Just a Cosmos DB. At an individual component, that's what we try to understand the pricing calculator. So again, back to Google and do a pricing calculator. Here's the virtual machines. You put in whatever you want. So notice here, pay as you go. If you look at pay as you go for this D2 V3, we are looking at about $85 average per month. Okay, and let's say, go a little ahead here. Notice if you are taking a 3-year reserve, this is reserve. That means for the next 3 years, whether you use it or not, you're getting a good discount. You're getting a 57% discount. If you take it for 1 year, you're getting a 32% discount. That's a lot of discount. These are reserved VMs. So it's going to be reserved for us, is what it means. Okay, you can select the CPUs, the RAM and things like that. And there's a 3-year, we're looking at about $1,100 is what it is for compute only. And this is for the Windows. So every individual component, they're giving the separate things. So again, Azure Cosmos DB. And let's see how much we are looking at. So if we are pay as you go, that is about average per month. $888, SQL licenses, 583. And again, pay as you go. We can actually go to Google and do this, guys, that you can play around. That should be pretty straightforward. But again, that is just an FYI, I guess, okay? So save up to 73% on pay as you go prices with 1 year or 3 year reserved options. So in other words, when we take it for a long time, they're giving us huge discounts, just something to be kept in mind. So you can individually calculate your price. Ideally, the project manager, the architect would sit together and they're looking at these things based on these things, the budget they have, they will also try to come up with an architecture which is cheap, which doesn't take too much of cost and things like that, guys, okay? So how is cost decided? Well, based on the different components we are choosing. Resource type and configuration. How much memory, CPU, access tiers, the throughput that we discussed yesterday is needed. Usage meters. How much are we expecting the virtual machine to be run for, to be run? What is the time? What is the ingress and the egress? How much data transfer we are looking at? Azure subscription. Do we need a pay-as-you-go versus enterprise? Again, they have their own discounts. Enterprise agreement is when you have large enterprise with large number of licenses and things like that. Then that's where enterprise agreement will give you more discounts rather than pay-as-you-go. And Azure Marketplace, that's where vendors decide pricing. So we want to go to Azure Marketplace, look for a custom application, which we want to, custom component, which we want to use in our Azure cloud, and we will pay them. And based on the region, the prices will vary based on the data. So inbound data from on-premises to Azure is free. Any data that you're transferring from your company to Azure is free, but outbound data is not free. Data traffic between Azure services in the same region is free again. Okay, reserved or not. Some services offer reservations ahead of time. In other words, it's like saying maybe you can reserve, you can buy a VM for 3 years, but you just cannot buy maybe just a hard drive for 3 years. So some of them have that reservation and they give you the what is called the discounts, guys. Everybody okay? Quick yes, please. So all these are, slides which we'll touch one time. As I said, maybe 10% of the questions come from this part, 5 to 10% of the questions come from these areas, the cost and things like that, guys, okay? So set up and manage your account, analyze and optimize the cloud costs, control and optimize the costs. So you set up your budget, we can also set up the alerts. Whenever our budget is going over maybe $100, $1,000, we would like to get a notification and things like that. And based on all these things, architects generally go ahead and come up with that, guys. So there is cost management and billing. If you go to cost management and billing, and there is the management group, you can select the subscription, and there is a cost analysis. So these are all the resources that we are using. You select a resource. There it is, compute RG. And these are the, under that resource group, these are all the resources we are using. If you look on the right hand side, they're giving a list of how much budget we are spending and things like that. So under the resource group. So let me see if I have my thing up here. So let's say go to cost management, or let's go into not here. Let's go into resource groups. Okay, let's go into G1. Give it a moment. So it should be in this close. And if you come down here, page 1 of 1, a lot of resources there. Into dashboard, open in mobile. Recommendations. Azure, we're following best analysis. Let's say if I come back here, I've not given any tags here. Cost analysis preview. So let's say, oops. Here's the cost analysis. Okay, looks like $0.35 I've spent so far. This is what's the forecast or prediction. Service name, so it looks like the disk is what I'm paying for. Location, resource, and let's say the scope. Select scope, G1. Actual cost, okay. So in this subscription, this is again the same thing that we're looking at. But we can spend a little bit of time try to go into much more detail. Here is the invoice, current billing period, last 7 days, let's say. How much I've been using, publisher type, and let's say we can also select this month, current billing period. Let's see what that looks like. Last 3 invoices and things like previous bills and so on, guys, okay? Okay, that's just to give you an idea of how much we are spending and things like that. And we can also create a alert for budgets and things like that, but I'll not create them. It's not really necessary. As long as we are aware, that should be good, guys, okay? So let me go ahead and stop this one. More time, share it. Okay, back to the cost management and best practices. Estimate cost before you deploy. So that's generally what the architects, managers, they do. They try to come up with a budget for their architectures, and they'll try to optimize them based on the groups. They'll try to create different kinds of alerts. They see if there are any recommendations from the advisors. Based on the best practices, they use their own machine learning and stuff like that, predictive analytics, and they try to come up with recommendations. See if there are any resources which need to be stopped, any managed versus unmanaged resources. any scenarios where they may need resources to be used for 1 year or maybe 3 years, because if they use for 1 year or 3 years, they're getting almost more than 50% discount on the resources. So that may be, that may also be very, very useful and helpful, guys. Okay. So let's see. Lavani, are you there?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So back to your work. Let's get back to a few questions.
Leveraging cloud services allows organizations to take advantage of I have no idea.
Okay. A fixed workload means fixed work. As simple as that. Something you're doing almost the same every day and it is almost fixed, and things like that can be thought of as that. Unpredictable costs, yes. So in other words, leveraging cloud services means going with the cloud services. What is the main advantage? Well, it is the economies of scale. If you want, you can suddenly increase. If you want, you can suddenly decrease. And you can do fixed and variable workloads also. More precisely, it is economies of scale would be the right answer. Okay. See, good. Okay. Pratyusha seems to be getting almost everything correct. Okay. Next one. Lavanya.
Which of the following is refers to the practice of paying upfront for a product or service, that is infrastructure, and then deducting the cost of the purchase from your tax bill over time?
What do you think it is?
Operational.
Paying upfront for a product or a service.
Product, service. It may be operational or economy.
It is capital expenditure.
Capital expenditure.
Upfront for infrastructure means you're building your servers, your software, your hardware, and things like that. Okay, next one.
A service or solution that experiences little to no downtime for an extended period of time is considered to be high availability, highly available.
Why?
There is no downtime. It will be available in another zone or region.
Okay, so it's basically high availability. Okay, little time, little downtime or no downtime. Okay.
Microsoft Office 365 is considered to be software as a service.
Good.
The Dash cloud model offers organizations the most ownership and control. Organizations, it's private.
Why private?
It's specifically for single organization.
Good.
The Dash cloud model offers organizations the most flexibility. All are saying public.
What do you think?
It is also organization, so the most flexibility is added here. Don't know, Naveen. Could you please explain?
It's private.
Yeah.
When you take private, you can do anything and everything you want. Public, you cannot do.
Yeah.
Hybrid, there is only 50% flexibility there. Should be, I think this should be hybrid, not this should be private, not hybrid. Is what it is. Gives the most flexibility. Strange. Hybrid, okay. Even I'm thinking that should be private because that's where you can do anything and everything you want. But we'll see. Okay, continue.
The private cloud is owned and operated by the organization that uses resource. It's first one. It's owned and operated by the organization that uses the resources from the cloud.
Why?
Private cloud is nothing but it will be operated by single organization, right? The owned organization.
Good. Okay, so yeah, that is the first one. And let's see, continue.
Which of the following ensures data residency and compliance needs are met for customers who need to keep their data and applications close?
The slightly confusing question.
Data residency and compliance needs. What is geographies? I think it's Jones.
Okay. It shows geographies. Geographies is nothing but a group of regions. Group of regions is nothing but a region is nothing but a group of zones. Zones is nothing but a group of data centers. So when you have when you want in the closest regions, what you do is you select a geography. So the closest regions is where the data and the application are being deployed. So that's why it's geographies, Lavanya. Okay.
Is it geographies?
Geographies, yes.
Okay.
Continue.
When you deploy multiple resources that are part of a single solution and share the same life cycle, they should all exist in the same. Resource group?
Why do you say resource group?
Same resources groups, resources contain same
Good
rules
answer.
and regulations. Yeah. Which of the following can be used to deploy to manage a set of identical virtual machines? Identical ones. First one.
Why?
Scale set is a group of virtual machines.
Which are identical.
Yeah.
They can scale up. They can scale up and they can also scale down. Okay.
Which of the following are a good solution when you are concerned only about the code running your service instead of the underlying platform or infrastructure? Is it container instances?
It's functions.
Functions.
When you run a function, you're only running the code and you're not worried about the infrastructure, okay?
Resource manager templates or dash files that define the resources you wish to deploy. Is it JSON?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know what JSON stands for?
Yeah, JavaScript object notation.
Good.
Which of the following is a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to end users? Delivery? Yeah. Azure Content Delivery Network?
Yeah.
Okay. Which of the following is optimized for storing massive amounts of unstructured data in Azure? Unstructured blob.
Good.
Which of the following is a part of the Azure Artificial Intelligence Service offering? Artificial. Is it first one, Azure Machine Learning Service?
Yes.
Okay. The dash service is an ideal solution when you are concerned only about the dash service is an ideal solution when you are concerned only about the code running your service rather than the underlying platform or infrastructure. Code running Azure functions. IoT hub supports communications both from the device to the cloud and from the cloud to the device.
Last question, Subbu. We'll take a break after this.
From the device to the cloud and from the cloud to the device. IoT, yeah, IoT true.
Good. Let's take a break and come back and continue from here. Okay. Okay, guys, are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, so what I would like you to do is I would like every one of you to get into your labs, guys, Azure labs, or maybe bring up a local Jupyter if you have it, or more precisely, it will be more helpful, I think, for you guys if you bring up your Jupyter labs on Jupyter on the labs, please. And I'm going to be giving a few code snippets. I want you guys to go ahead and run them and send me back your answers and things like that. We'll be using them for assessment, guys. So bring up your Jupyter Labs and if anybody is unable to get into the Jupyter Lab, please type in no. If you're not getting into the lab and then the Jupyter. Okay, how about everybody getting in successfully? No problem, right? Give me yes, please. I think Suresh and Ravi, I think since you guys said you're not well, you're okay, but rest of you, hopefully you're able to get in.
Naveen, can I show my screen once? Something is there about virtual machine. I got something like I got installed.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead. Let me make you the co-host.
Yes, now I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah. So you have successfully installed Nginx. Okay, good one.
I tried it in command prompt.
Pardon me?
I tried it in command prompt.
So you're able to get in, right? No problem, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Just type in history. Let me look at your series of commands.
No common, no.
History. STORY.
Okay.
So you did a get update, engines, and that's it. Okay. Before that, what did you do? SSH, what was the command? Scroll your screen up. All the way up.
I used this command again.
Further up.
Yeah, I used this one.
SSH. That's your term key.
Location path, Ubuntu, keep him, Azure user at IP address.
Isn't this what we also tried?
No, Naveen.
Oh, okay. We didn't try this. Good. Okay, good, buddy. Just save those commands. Save that one command, and good. We'll save that. Now I understand why we didn't get that SU and things like that. Okay, good job, Suresh. We'll look at more scenarios, maybe tomorrow and things like that.
Yes,
And in the meantime, just go back and fall back to the Jupyter lab, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Come back here. If any one of you are not able to access the Jupyter lab, can you type in a no in your chat window? Hopefully everybody has it. Give me one moment. Okay. Okay, the first question is on way. And I'm going to be sending you a question here. What I would like you guys to do is run this on your Jupyter and send me the answer directly. Don't send it to everyone because we'll be using this one for your assessment. I'll be giving you 5 minutes time. So here is the first question. So just send me your answers. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I sent it only in Niharika, but here we go to everyone. Okay, I'll be giving you 2 more minutes, guys. Before I give you the next question, please try to send me your answers.
Do we need to print all the lines in single?
Yeah. Okay, guys. Hopefully you're done. And here is the second question. And let's say to everyone, paste it here. Okay, there's the second question, guys. Okay. And another question. Here's another question. Okay. And another question. You're taking too much time. Some of you are sending me the answers for the first one now. Okay, here is the next question. Please don't share your answers, guys. We'll be using it for your assessment. Okay, here's the next question. Here's the next question. Oh, sorry, not this one. Okay, I'll give this one. Just don't give me multiple answers, guys. Just give me one answer, which is your final answer. Okay. And let's see. Here is the next one. Here's the next one. Okay, so let's come here and see. What's happening?
Navin, should we also send question numbers with that code?
It's okay. I have patience. Okay.
Sir, I am sending corrections what I am executed here.
It's going to put me in a tough situation. That's okay, Niharika. I think there's basically limited time the test is about. So
Sir,
that's
is that okay, sir?
no, don't send it right now. Just leave it there. I'll let you know if I need it.
Okay, sir.
Take these things, I need to execute them. Okay, so we'll do this. Guys, it also looks like some of you guys are not practicing on the labs. So do practice on the labs. We do have a report of who's practicing, who's not practicing, how much time you're spending on the labs and things like that. So please try to spend some time on the labs and try to make sure you're practicing so that the report indicates that you are putting your effort and things like that, guys. Okay. And let's see, first find location. So, location. This one. Zero. And let's see what this is there. Okay. So, let's see, Lavanya. Zero. Okay, guys, I think what you guys can do is for today, I'll be evaluating some of the results and things like that. So let me see one more time. Scroll down here. Put here. Yes, I'm. Okay, so from here, go all the way down. Srirupa, remind me tomorrow, okay? So guys, for today, as I said, if you can practice a little bit of labs on the Jupyter and things like that, we do have a report coming up. I will so go ahead and spend some time, try to play around with a little bit of Hive and all those things and try to come up, guys. And for today, I'll stop it here. I'll be evaluating some of the results here and we'll be going from here, guys. You guys take care, stay safe and keep learning. We'll continue the journey from here.
Chandra here. Yeah. So, yeah. Is Lavanya there? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Lavanya, can you?
So at least, can I share my screen or?
Yeah.
So that PEM file we need to make R only. So then it will work fine.
Oh, is it? Okay.
So I can show from scratch actually. My screen share.
Okay.
Or Lavanya can share and then
I'll make you the I'll allow you to share the screen. One moment. So make the co-host say yes. Okay, go ahead and share the screen.
Okay, so let me share. Okay, share. Okay. Share screen. One. Okay, share. Yeah, let me know when you're able to see my screen.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So go to resource. So this is what I did. Actually, I did that ch mode 400 and made it as R only. So because if I go to, if it is in RW, right, it doesn't work actually.
Oh, okay.
So this should be in R only, should not be in RW.
Oh, okay.
If I go to, yeah, that, oh, sorry. I think maybe my scroll and then select it was a bit fast. 1 minute, I'll just. So that one I deleted my resource group. I just go to VM.
Okay, that's okay, Chandra. You don't have to prove it here. But if you think that is the R thing.
So once you upload the file, right, that
Yeah.
SSH key, make
Yeah.
it like this, you know, like this one, R only.
Okay.
Only read only. And then, through this command, ch mode.
Okay.
Ch mode 400 and that file name, whatever the PEM file name is there. And then later you have to run ssh minus I ldkp1.pem and then 7.60.2. So now you are inside that LDA VM that hosting Ubuntu VM.
Gotcha.
So now if you do sudo su, you know, you have permission now.
Very good. Got it, Chandra.
The only thing that permission should be R only for that PEM file. Then everything will work. I mean,
very good.
You don't need separate, you don't need another Windows VM. You can just work with this one.
Sounds good, Chandra.
That will work.
Yeah. We also had a issue when we were creating a SQL Server database, Chandra, but we'll be looking at that tomorrow. Will you be by any chance available just in case we run into an issue?
Yeah, I'll be available. Can I know, is there any creation issue or is it like?
I think that should also be resolved. If this is resolved, I'm thinking,
Hello.
The storage only, I think, just similar to this one. If you have given the creation permission for this one, the storage creation will also be given there. For creating a database also, it needs a storage permission or a policy needs to be done. So if something is given there, I think that should also be applicable at that for that one, Chandra.
This is what SQL, Naveen? Is it DB for MySQL or PostgreSQL or it is a standard Microsoft SQL?
Actually, I think we were trying to create a MySQL or an SQL, Azure Sql, which is a SQL Server database.
Correct.
And that's when we ran into it.
Need to select basic size actually. But yeah, I will be available, no problem. I can.
Okay, in case we need it, we'll ping you. Otherwise, we'll not distribute, Chandra.
Sure. Yeah. No worry. Yeah.
Great.
I'll be there. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Chandra.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So, do you want this test ID, test one, Lavanya, Naveen to be there, or we need to do deletion?
You can delete it.
This one, right? Yeah.
We'll redo it tomorrow, and we'll try to make sure it is working. Okay.
Okay. For now, I will delete this one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naveen, Lavanya. Find out. Yeah.
Okay, so guys, I'll be exiting it. You guys take care and stay safe. Those of you who have given late answers, I'll probably take them tomorrow. A few more questions to you, and we'll continue from there. Thank you, guys. Signing off for today. Thank you, and bye for now.